The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Young. Immediately thereafter, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Lord, thank you so much for this moment. Thank you so much for your love. Thank you so much for your grace. Thank you so much for giving us purpose and grace. I thank you for allowing us to be in this house one more day to represent your people, all people. We pray that you guide our hearts so that we can serve out of the love that you have given to us. And we pray that you guide our hands so that we can perform in a way that is useful and beneficial and impactful to all. We pray that you use us for your glory, and we pray that you continue to remind us that humanity still exists and it still matters right here in Harrisburg. And all these things I pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeants at arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. For the information of the members, the chair grants Dan Glider of Penn Live permission to take still photography for a period not to exceed 10 minutes. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Sunday, October 20th, 2024 will be postponed until printed. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Please take your seats, colleagues. We have a very distinguished guest that we want to acknowledge at this time. Please take your seats. This morning, it is the honor of my life to join our chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Napoleon Nelson, to bring a civil rights hero to the floor of the chamber this morning. We are so very excited, and please hold your applause until the end of his bio, that we have this afternoon Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr., a prominent civil rights leader in our nation, a Baptist member, a Baptist minister, a politician who is known all around the world for effective social justice advocacy, racial equality work, and economic empowerment. Born on October the 8th, 1941, happy belated birthday, Reverend Jackson, in Greenville, South Carolina, he rose to prominence in the 1960s as a very close aide to the great and late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. After Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, Reverend Jackson founded Operation Push Coalition, People United to Save Humanity, in 1971, and that focused on economic development and social issues in African American communities. He gained lots of national attention for his presidential campaigns in 1984 and in 1988, making him one of the first African Americans to run for the nomination of the Democratic Party. Because of his extensive voter registration drives, it was a very key factor in electing Chicago's first African American mayor, Mayor Harold Washington. In 1984, he established the National Rainbow Coalition, which sought equal rights for African Americans, for women, for those in the LGBT community. It merged in 1996 and formed the present-day Rainbow Push Coalition. Both in 1983 and in 1987, during his presidential bids, he placed third and second in respective primaries and ensured that issues relating to the African American community were an important part of the Democratic Party's platform. He was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2000, and today we are so grateful that he continues on the journey for justice for all. He can often be found giving lectures, supporting initiatives, engaging in social activism, and today we are so grateful he is joined by his son, former retired Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr., Gina Towns, Bobby Lewis, Idris Adibiye, Chris Hodges, and Amaya Jackson. Colleagues, let's give a warm Harrisburg, Pennsylvania House of Representatives welcome to Reverend Jesse L. Jackson. In the rear of the House, our colleague, Representative Jordan Harris from Philadelphia County, our Majority Appropriations Chair, along with Representative Regina Young, have some very special guests the chair is glad to see. On this afternoon, we welcome the members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and the brothers from Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. The Zetas and the Sigmas are known as the Blue and White family. They are the only constitutionally bound fraternity and sorority, and they were founded on the campus of Howard University as a part of the Divine Nine. The chapters represented today are from all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I have heard that Phi Beta Sigma's got soul. Please stand, guests. We're so very glad to welcome you to the floor of the House. And for the record, the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Abney, is another one of their distinguished members. We appreciate you for hosting them on today. Also in the back of the House, our colleagues that serve Erie County, Representatives Bizarro, Harkins, and Mirsky, have members of the Police Athletic League of Erie, Pennsylvania. They are here, and please stand as I say your name. We're grateful to have Lieutenant Thomas Lennox, Corporal Hayden Foltz, Sergeant Melanie Zorsick, Officer Antoine Fields. The Erie Police Athletic League is supported by and staffed by various Erie law enforcement offices, along with the Erie School District and the District Attorney's Office, to create an environment for guidance and mentorship with young children, including the school year and summer camps. Thank you, Erie PAL, for joining us. We appreciate your hard work. We will soon hear from some colleagues that are retiring, but we want to acknowledge their guests that are in the back of the house. Our colleague that serves Luzerne County, Representative Cabell, has with him his wife Chelsea, his sons Julian and Theo. Please stand as I say your name, along with his dad, Mr. Frank Cabell, and they're seated in the back of the house. We look forward to hearing from your dad in a few minutes here. Welcome back to the floor of the House. Our colleague that also serves Luzerne County, Representative Coffer, has a few guests in the back. His wife, Annie Coffer, along with his daughter, Rhea, his parents, Neil and Lorinda, his brother, Seth, whom I met before with the Medical Society, along with Adam and his sister-in-law, Annalisa, and his uncle, Sheldon, and Aunt Charlotte are all here. Please stand, Representative Coffer's family. Welcome. We will also hear this morning from our colleague right here. We're in her district in Dauphin County, Representative Kim. She is going to be retiring from the House, and she has her legislative district office and Capitol staff in the rear of the House to celebrate. With Representative Kim's guests, please stand. Oh, they're in the gallery. Please stand. Welcome. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves Schuylkill County, Representative Stir, has the Future Business Leaders of America College from Penn State University Schuylkill County campus under the direction of Lisa Robinson. Future Business Leaders of America, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia, Representative Solomon, has the Abington Friends School, which serves students from early childhood through 12th grade. They are here in the gallery. We have 10th and 11th grader students who are in the Law X cohort. They are looking to pursue careers in law, policy, and government. Abington Friends, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Cooper that serves Westmoreland County has some special guests in the gallery this morning. We have Sarah Johnson. She won the 2024 House Scholarship. She is a graduate of Kiski Area High School in Leechburg, Pennsylvania, and she's currently a student at the Pennsylvania State University and University Park campus, where she is studying psychology. She's here with her parents, Corey and Tracy Johnson. Please stand and congratulations. Welcome. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the master roll call. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The House will come to order. The chair is about to invite some of our retiring members to come to the rostrum to provide farewell remarks. We'll start with the gentlelady whose district we are in right now. who serves the 103rd Legislative District, our colleague, Representative Patty Kim, who previously served the city of Harrisburg as a city council member. We appreciate all of your hard work on behalf of your neighbors right here in the 103rd Legislative District. Let's welcome a history maker herself as the first Asian elected to the General Assembly, Representative Patty Kim.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your leadership and for giving me the opportunity to speak before I conclude my time in the House of Representatives. First and foremost, I want to extend my gratitude to my family for their love and support, my husband John, and our children Brielle and Ryan. I also want to thank my district office team, my second family. I am deeply appreciative of their dedication and compassion in serving the people of our district. It's an honor to have with us today Angel Fox, Bev Taylor, Yanira Feliz, Oscar Douglas. Thank you for all of your patience and for never giving up, even when we face some of the toughest constituent cases. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to my team members on the House Insurance Committee. Together, we have worked diligently to pass meaningful, often bipartisan legislation. I'm proud of the work we've accomplished. Alan Cohn, Joe Keller, Alia Mola are here today. Thank you for your hard work and collaboration. Now, there are a few colleagues to whom I owe a special debt of gratitude for their advice and friendship. Representatives Bob Freeman, of course, Jordan Harris, Ryan Bizzaro, Steve Samuelson, Carol Hill Evans, Dan Williams, Gina Curry, and former Representative Stephen Kinsey and John Galloway. I value the bonds that we formed here today. Additionally, working along the side the Dauphin County delegation's newest members, Representatives Justin Fleming and Dave Madsen, has been a true pleasure. I'm confident they will continue to serve with distinction. Now, the House has been an integral part of my life for the last 12 years, and it's hard to condense that experience to a few brief minutes. I remember entering this chamber as a freshman. It was a session day, and the speaker at the time thanked me for visiting. Perhaps some wished I was just a visitor, but I stayed, serving in the Minority Caucus for nearly a decade, and passing few bills was difficult. But I'm proud to have seen a shift and to support legislation that directly benefits the constituents in my district. I'm also honored to have voted for Representative Joanna McClinton as the Speaker of the House. One of the hardest aspects of this role has been balancing the demands of public service with my family. I often, as many of you, have felt very guilty for not spending more time with my children, especially on the weekends. It was an honor to be invited to so many events, but it was my family who made that sacrifice. My daughter is now in college, and my son is a senior in high school. They've grown up, and they actually prefer to be away from me, so everything worked out. Serving as a state representative during the pandemic was one of the most challenging times of my career. Navigating uncharted waters, I saw a pressing need to support frontline workers who have children who are attending school remotely. In response, we launched the Community Classrooms Initiative, partnering with churches and nonprofits to provide a safe space for children and educational support. I will always be grateful to the Harrisburg community for coming together in that difficult time for our children. Now, the best part of this job, though, has been working in this extraordinary chamber. I never once complained in the last 12 years when visitors blocked my path because they were taking pictures inside and outside of this beautiful building. I take great pride in calling this my office, located within my district. As chair of the Capital Preservation Committee, I want to thank this staff for their diligent work for upkeeping and maintaining this beautiful building. I kindly remind everyone to please visit the gift shop. The proceeds help repair the historic desk that you sit in and you make scratches. Folks, are very expensive. Please be careful with these desks. I had to say that. Lastly, I want to pay tribute to my dad, who's not here. He's 88 years old. At just 8 years old, he had to leave his home in Korea to escape the dangers of a pending war. He endured the hardships of the Korean War and lived with the trauma that followed. Like so many immigrants seeking a better life, he came to the U.S. 60 years ago. He faced challenges with the language and spent much of his life feeling like an outsider. The sacrifices of my parents made me the reason, or gave me the reason why I'm here today. Thank you, Daddy. I love you very much. Madam Speaker, thank you for this amazing opportunity, and God bless you and your family.
To the Chair, Majority Chair of Insurance, Representative Patty Kim, my friend, my sister rep, I thank you for your service. And as is customary, I am so proud and pleased to give you a gavel. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your service. And to your hardworking staff. Hi, Angel. So good to see you all. The chair at this time invites the gentleman from Luzerne County, Representative Aaron Coffer, the minority chair for government oversight, to come to the rostrum at this time for his retirement remarks. We thank you for serving your constituents, working so hard down through the years. Please come up here and let's welcome Representative Coffer as we bid a farewell to Reverend Jackson. Thank you, Reverend Jackson, for visiting us. We are so grateful to you.
Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you, Madam Speaker. It feels incredible to be able to say that. Congratulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a special term this has been in having our first female Speaker of the House, first female President of the Senate, first female Chief Justice. Really a remarkable term here in the Pennsylvania legislature. Let's give our amazing Speaker a round of applause. She deserves it. Congratulations. You know, when I reflect back that when I first started running 12 years ago, I had a full head of hair, was pretty young and sprite, and now I find out that now I'm taking hair advice from John Fritz. It's becoming whiter than Jamie Barton's, and my hearing advice I have to take from Jamie Flick. So it really is quite an interesting time to be here. But, my time running for office started 12 years ago when there was a debt ceiling negotiation going on in Washington, D.C., and I was sitting in the basement of my dad's house, listening to the fighting happening. It was a Tea Party movement over whether we're going to, raise taxes. There's going to be $9 in cuts for $1 a tax increase. And the whole deal fell apart at the last second. We were going to have the first balanced budget in my lifetime. And the deal fell apart. And so I'm sitting there in the basement of my dad's house, and I'm just frustrated as a young person, watching the debt increase on my generation and future generations. And my dad says, well, why don't you do something about it? What are you going to do about it? I said, yeah, I'm going to go and do something about it. And all these years later, here I am. So I actually went to my now Chief of Staff's house. I sat in his kitchen, and I wrote an editorial piece about Washington's farewell address and the influence of the two-party system on our government. We'll get back to that here in a little bit. But I ran. I knocked on 18,000 doors, and I lost. I almost didn't run again. I actually came very close. The first day of my new job that I was starting was actually the day my predecessor announced her retirement. And so I was getting phone calls when I'm there sitting in my orientation, getting trained for my new job, and literally getting this call that Phyllis Mundy, my predecessor, had announced her retirement. So I decided to run. I knocked at another 18,000 doors, wore through a pair of shoes. There's a famous picture of the hole in my shoes that went to my district. And I remember on election day going around between the polls, and the best thing I got, I was listening to WILK. Anybody in our area knows WILK. And they had the talking heads. It was Steve Corbett at the time, Sue Henry. And they're all saying, what about this open seat in the 120th district? And I remember them saying, Cipriani's going to win that. It's not even going to be close. Coffer has no chance. I remember the couple of the talking heads said it. Then Sue Henry got up there. I said, I don't think it's as bad as you think it is, but Coffer will still lose by 10. That was the best case I had. Well, I won that election by 12 points and never turned back. Thank you. It's funny because I had run before and actually didn't know what it was like to win. I was only prepared to lose. I had no victory speech written. I remember getting ready that day and, taking a shower and just thinking, here I go again. I was not ready to win. But here it is, and all of a sudden, reflecting on 10 years of service, the honor of a lifetime, and a special thank you to the people of the 120th District for electing me. I truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, the ability to serve you for these past 10 years. But the people who make people like me look good are the unsung heroes. My staff who are here, and if you could stand, please. Ryan Pippin, Leanne Hardwick, Nick Fazio, Mandy Group. If you're here, give them a round of applause. They deserve it. Trust me when I tell you, and you guys who know me, it's not easy making me look good. And so a special thank you to my former staff who's here, to Lisa D'Angelo, Richard Adams, Ted Ritzik, Amy Miller, if you're here. Thank you. Thank you. Special thank you here to, as well, to some of the people that worked on committee with me, Tommy Miller and Sarah Moreland. Thank you for always having my back there, my treasurer, Lynette. But to the people who have to see all these attack mailers and the death threats and everything that we've had over these years, a special thank you to my family, to my father, Neil, and my mother, Lorinda. Can you two please stand up in the back of the floor there? My brothers, Seth and Adam, are here as well. They are one of, Seth especially is one of the reasons I decided to run for office. I still blame you for talking me in, getting this political bug. Special thank you to Uncle Shelley, who taught me everything I needed to learn and everything I didn't need to learn over the years. Thank you, Uncle Shelley, for being here. But most importantly, to the people why I am stepping away from here. The most important people of my life, my wife, Annie, and daughter, Raya. Please. Once again, any of you that know me, truly, thank you so much. The long nights, the weekends away, it's good to be coming back home. Really, it means a lot. So when I first came here as a freshman, Dave Reed told us a story. He was the majority leader at the time, and he said, your name is going to be etched on this door, and just try to think of your predecessor and the one before that and the one before that. If you could name that person, they ask you to raise your hand. There's only a couple people that did. And Dave Reed said, just like you can't remember them, you too shall be forgotten. Your name will be etched off this door. And the ones that get remembered are the ones who don't do the job the right way. The ones who serve with integrity and dignity are the ones who are forgotten. And I'd like to think that that's what I've done here. I think back on my time coming up, cutting my teeth, working in politics, working for a true American hero and patriot, John McCain. I think about somebody like Jack Schumacher, my campaign chair, who was a Democrat who turned Republican and decided to back me. A guy whose wisdom was second to none, Jim Haggerty. And the political godfather of Northeastern Pennsylvania, who was kind enough to mentor me through my years and early upcoming, none other than Pat Solano. Got to give a special shout out to some of our members who aren't here. Dave Millard, Mike Pfeiffer, Sandy Major, Matt Baker, Bobby Schnee, Joe Adams, Karen Boback, Tara Toohill, Jean DiGirolamo, John Taylor, Dave Reed, Mike Turzai, Jerry Knowles, and Tim Hennessy. My demoted colleagues, as I like to call them, Linda Culver and Rosemary Brown. My fellow brothers and sisters of the Nerds, Tina Pickett, Jack Rader, John Fritz, Clint Owlett, Jamie Flick, Mike Cabell, Alec Rinkevich, Dane Watrow, and Jeff Olsemer. You guys are like brothers. If anybody knows anything about me, I am brutally loyal to the Northeast, and God bless you guys. Continue to fight on and do what you do to represent our region and do what's right on behalf of this Commonwealth day in, day out. That's your job to continue to do. One other special person I couldn't just go on without because I just still don't know how we're friends still to this day. My West Virginia rural brother, Bud Cook, that somehow this suburban Jew and I, you and I, got stuck together as office mates in your freshman term. I still have no idea, but you're a brother still to this day and always will be. Over the years, I've had a number of pieces of legislation signed into law, welfare reform in my first year in office, a major natural gas manufacturing initiative, Vet Connect that connects our veterans to benefits as they're leaving service, increasing our property tax rebates, mental health parity, emergency detoxification for drugs and alcohol, streamlining regulations for medical professionals, and most recently, our PA Sites Economic Development Plan here in Pennsylvania. I am proud of those initiatives. I'm proud of what we've been able to do. Back home, I love when people tell me something can't be done. It just makes you go that much harder. Getting the Swearsville Waste Coal Bank removed said it would never happen. Regionalizing the Wyoming Area Police Department, major sewer initiatives, park initiatives, reopening Wyoming Valley Behavioral Hospital, the first hospital reopening in the country after a behavioral health hospital was closed down. Really, it's a legacy that I'm proud of and so proud to have been a part of. But now comes the point where I get to reflect and say a few words of what I've learned. What I've learned from my family coming here and what was always taught in northeastern Pennsylvania is that your word is everything. That handshake. It means everything. That's what politics is. You give a little bit to get a little bit. It's compromise. To the people who have been real and true through this process, you have a friend for life. And you know that I am no more of a brutally loyal friend if I am your friend. To those who haven't been, take a lesson. It's not about the gamesmanship and trying to one-up the other side. We are in this together, Republican and Democrat. We're in this trying to make this Commonwealth better. Even though we're elected as a Republican or a Democrat, we have that little letter R or D next to our names, we aren't elected to represent the party. We're here to represent the people. We're here to be independent-minded representatives of the people. For those who would call extreme party loyalty freedom, I believe this to be a misguided thought. It's the reason I wear an orange tie every day, as Seth Grove so lovingly knows. I wear that because it reminds me that we're here to work for the people, not for the parties. The people expect us to be results-driven, to make their lives better. We aren't here to be party officials. We are here to be representatives of the people. So I will finish my remarks with the way I decided to run, talking about George Washington's farewell and that editorial piece that propelled me to run for office. For those of you that haven't had a chance to read it, I would encourage you to do it. It's pretty short, take you 10, 20 minutes to read. It's very, very short. When Washington left the presidency in 1796. He gave advice, he said, beware political parties, or as he calls them, factions. I'm going to quote a little bit of George Washington here. All obstructions to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations under whatever plausible character with the real design to direct, control, counteract, or awe the regular deliberation and action of the constituted authorities are destructive of this fundamental principle and of fatal tendency. They serve to organize faction, to give it an artificial and extraordinary force, to put in the place of the delegated will of the nation the will of a party, often a smart but artful and enterprising minority of the community. And according to the alternate triumphs of different parties, to make the public administration the mirror of the ill-concerted and incongruous projects of faction, rather than the organ of consistent and wholesome plans digested by common councils and modified by mutual interests. He goes on to say, the alternate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge natural to party dissension, which in different ages and countries has perpetrated the most horrid enormities, is itself a frightful despotism. In concluding his thoughts, I'm going to quote Washington one last time. In offering to you, my countrymen, these counsels of an old and affectionate friend, I dare not hope that they will make the strong and lasting impression I could wish, that they will control the usual current of the passions or prevent our nation from running the course which has hitherto marked the destiny of nations. But if I may even flatter myself that they may be productive of some partial benefit, some occasional good, that they may now and then recur to moderate the fury of party spirit, to warn against the mischiefs of foreign intrigue, to guard against the impostors of pretended patriotism. This hope will be a full recompense for the solicitude for your welfare by which they have been dictated. So I leave you with just a few things to think about. And I promise I am actually almost done. That in my leaving days, I'm going to put forward 3 pieces of legislation that I hope you will consider. That the parties, one of them is to eliminate the parties on the ballot, to actually let people run as individuals, to empower people to represent people, not people representing parties, representing people. That the state will no longer, in a second bill, that the state will no longer keep track of party affiliation, only confirmation of the ability to vote via registration. And third, a major symbolic change. It's time to get rid of this aisle. We all have seat numbers here. We all have seat numbers that we're sitting in front of. Why can't we all sit in our seat numbers and actually work in our region to get something done, work with our colleagues from the area we come from? I know I'm long-winded, and I know that this was something that I looked forward to saying, because I'm leaving this term in office the same way I came in, with talking about George Washington's farewell. So I say farewell for now, but not forever. Catch her later on down the trail. Thank you.
Congratulations, Chairman Coffer. Now, one thing, and I might have to be fact-checked, but I did not hear you brag on the fact that you founded and created the Northeastern Republican Delegation, and that you also founded and co-chaired the Heroin and Opioid Prevention Education Caucus. We appreciate everything that you shared today, and of course, all you've done over the last decade. Congratulations. Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair opens the rostrum for the other gentleman from Luzerne County, Representative Mike Kamel. He's coming at this time. He's represented his hometown for the last 2 years. Before joining the General Assembly, he was a successful entrepreneur in the healthcare industry. He founded a behavioral health company in 2015 and managed its day-to-day operations. Working with his clients inspired him to want to help others on a larger scale. Since he's been here in Harrisburg, Representative Cabell has been focused on common sense solutions for his community and for our Commonwealth. This term, he served on the Appropriations, Game and Fisheries Committee, Transportation, Human Services Committees, and he is also the Republican secretary there. When he's not here in Harrisburg, we can find him back home volunteering on one of his son's sports team. His wife, Chelsea, is here along with their sons, Julian and Theo, and we're so excited to hear what you have to say to us. Welcome and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief, just as my time here has been. Don't worry, it's not too soon. Gotta laugh. More than anything, I'm going to take my time here at the rostrum today to say thank you to some people. Thank you to the constituents of the 117th Legislative District. The countless people I've met while campaigning and serving this district over the past few years has forever changed my perspective. This job gives you a unique window into the lives of people from all walks of life. And at their core, most of them want the same thing, to work hard and enjoy their families. Being in a position to help them achieve this has been one of the greatest honors of my life. My fellow members, including leadership on both sides, thank you. The bond you share with your colleagues in this building cannot be overstated. In my short time in office, I can honestly say I've made many lifelong friends. I would name each one of you, but I have no doubt you know who you are. I would like to thank all of the chairs and members of my committees, but two in particular. I've had the honor of serving on the House Appropriations Committee. While the argument can be made that this committee works harder than most, I have no doubt that the House Republican Appropriations Committee has more fun than any other committee. Some of my fondest memories of my time in this job are the long days during budget hearings and the late nights during budget season. I've learned a lot, and I think I've laughed even more. Thank you, Chairman Grove. It was an honor to be in the trenches with you fighting for fiscal conservatism. I'd also like to thank the co-chairs of the Transportation Committee, Chairman Benninghoff and Chairman Nielsen. This was the best example that I've seen on how government should work in this building. Bipartisan, working together, getting things done, all while keeping it light. Chairman Nielsen, I'm still waiting on my bridge. Speaking of committees, I want to give a special thank you to the research staff. Early on, I realized that you are the backbone of this institution. Thank you for all of your hard work and dedication to the Commonwealth. Thank you to my Harrisburg staff. Andy Briggs, the best writer in the building, always calmly listening to my crazy ideas and somehow pulling them off in a professional manner. I was blessed in my short time here to have two amazing legislative assistants, Amy Miller and Mandy Group. I'm certainly not the neediest member in this building. That would be my suite mate, but I'm sure I drove both of them crazy. Thank you both. To the front lines of my office, my district staff, Mitch O'Donnell for believing in what we were doing and being my right hand until the Senate stole you from me. Amy Michelli for jumping into the role and crushing it from day one. Joan Pekrovosky for always willing to do anything asked of her with a smile on her face. Carol Sweeney for being the absolute best in the state at event planning and outreach. And Michael Reich for running my calendar, which is easily the hardest job anyone could have in my office, and always coming through for me with any crazy job or task I gave him. I would put my team head to head with anyone in the state. They're the best at what they do, and more than anything, they care about the people they serve. It was an absolute honor to work with you all, and I consider you all friends for life. Thank you to my campaign team and my closest supporters. First and foremost, thank you to every single person who knocked on a door, attended or hosted a fundraiser, made phone calls, and worked a poll for me. I'm eternally grateful for your unwavering support for me and my family. My campaign treasurer, Jason Farley. Jason had no less than 4 panic attacks over the past few years trying to keep me in line. Thankfully, we've been friends since we're 5 years old, so he's used to it. Thank you, Jay. Thank you to my campaign manager, Jason Hawley, who called me out of the blue one spring day when I was on the golf course and asked, "Have you ever thought of running for state representative?" That question led to a crazy couple of years and a lifelong friend. And my campaign chair, my grandmother, Frances Petrovich, better known in our political circles as Mother Hen. My love for politics started some 30 years ago with my grandmother. She's the most effective grassroots organizer in the Hazleton area, although she'd never admit it. Without her hard work and dedication, I would not be standing here today. And I know I'm speaking for countless other Republicans in Northeast PA when I say thank you. And finally, thank you to my family. When I was considering running for this seat, it wasn't a decision I made by myself. We called a family meeting in my grandmother's kitchen, and we decided to go for it together. I am who I am today, piece by piece, because of my family as a whole. I have many family members here today, and I want to thank my aunts, uncles, cousins, sisters, grandparents, step-parents, and parents for always believing in me and always having my back. I love you all very much. Speaking of love, anyone who knows me knows that I live for my children. I'm lucky enough to have my 2 boys here, my pride and joy, Julian and Theo. This job we have is pretty cool, but there's no job I take more seriously than being a dad to these 2 amazing boys. I love you both more than anything. And last, but certainly not least, my incredible wife, Chelsea. Everyone in this room knows that the hardest part of this job often falls to our spouses. I'm incredibly fortunate to have an unwavering rock at home, someone who is not only the best mother, but also the best partner I could ever ask for. Chelsea, thank you for holding everything together during our countless nights away, for knocking on thousands of doors, and for supporting me through every crazy venture that I've pursued. We've been through so much together. We built a successful business, ran our campaign side by side, and have grown into a strong, amazing family. Through all the ups and downs, you have been my ride or die. I love you more than words will express. One of the biggest lessons I've learned, whether in business or in politics, is that surrounding yourself with good people leads to great things. Success in life comes down to the relationships you build. The bonds we create with our fellow members, staff, and the people we serve aren't just important, they are the foundation of how we get things done. In my time here in the House, I've seen how much this place thrives on those connections. The work we do together through mutual respect and trust is what makes our service meaningful. We may not always agree, but it's our ability to work through these differences and come together that drives the progress we make for the people of Pennsylvania. When I took time to reflect on my journey here, it struck me how deeply this experience has shaped me. The responsibility we have is not just to our constituents, but also to this institution. Few people ever get the chance to experience what we do in these halls, and I leave here a better person for it. Serving alongside each of you and being a part of something larger than myself has forever changed me for the better. It has been an honor of a lifetime to be a part of this institution, and for that, I am truly grateful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for your service, for your hard work, and your dedication. Congratulations on your retirement, Representative Cabell. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative McAndrew, has Lori, Max, Peter, and Chris Theophilus visiting the Capitol today. They're the family of the late Nick Theophilus, an EMS team member who passed away in the line of duty. They're here for a ceremony with our governor. Please stand, family. We continue to pray for you, and we're so sorry for your loss. In the gallery, our colleague, Representative Keppert from Clearfield, has Kyle Merrick shadowing him today. He's a senior from Moshannon Valley High School, and he's here along with his dad. Mr. Merrick, you stand also. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Dolphin, Representative Fleming, has Carter Molisic here, who's being recognized for achieving the rank of Eagle Scout, the Scouting's highest honor. He's a junior at Bishop McDevitt High School and a member of the Boy Scout Troop 23 that is based here in Harrisburg. Carter, please stand. Congratulations. Representative Brown, that serves Lawrence County, has Bishop Ron and Karen Mounts visiting. Bishop Mounts is celebrating 50 years of ministry. Thank you for your service and your hard work back home. We thank you for being here today. Welcome. Representative Nelson has a few guests here today. Nelson from Montgomery County. He has Maria O'Brien, along with her husband and children that are shadowing him for the day. Please stand, Maria, in the gallery. Welcome. Representative Brennan, that serves Bucks, has his district office intern here, Caden Naemi from Buckingham, a political science major at Temple. Caden, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Waxman has his district office interns, Emmeline Lowe, a Temple University recent graduate who studied global studies, Jesus Nunez, a sophomore at the University of Penn studying philosophy, politics, and economics. Interns from Representative Waxman's office, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Monroe, that serves Bucks County, has Christopher Carroll and the Boy Scout Troop number 4 in the gallery. Christopher recently earned the rank of Eagle Scout. He was able to design, build, and install a lost and found box for the Tamanin Park in Southampton, Pennsylvania. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. The chair is in receipt of an actuarial note from the Independent Fiscal Office regarding the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 1379, printers number 3733, as amended by Amendment A005938.
Chair is in receipt of the following report, which the clerk will now read.
An annual report in accordance with Section 67014E of the Universal Telecommunications and Print Media Access Act from the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission regarding the 2024 annual report of the Telecommunication Device Distribution Program and the Print Media Access System Program.
The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2628, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 1320, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 1230, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, October 20th, 2024. House Resolution 566 to appropriations. Referrals, October 21st, 2024. House Resolution 565, Environmental Resources and Energy. House Bill 2634, Human Services. House Bill 2584, Judiciary. House Bill 2632, House Bill 2633, both to Labor and Industry. And House Bill 2615, to State Government.
The gentleman, Representative Monroe, also has members of his district office team in the Capitol today that work very hard on behalf of their neighbors in Bucks County. Would you please stand? Welcome back to the floor of the House. The chair recognizes Representative Schlossberg for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room. House Democrats will caucus at 1:45. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:45.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately after the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Webster, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Veterans Affairs and Environmental and Emergency Protection Committee will meet in G50 in Urbis immediately upon release. Bye.
The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate, being introduced, informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and titled as follows. Senate Bill 801, Senate Bill 1051, Senate Bill 1080, Senate Bill 1118, Senate Bill 1213, Senate Bill 1241, Senate Bill 1274.
The chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were politically read as follows. Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 402, Senate Bill 801, Senate Bill 1051, Senate Bill 1080, Senate Bill 1118, Senate Bill 1213, Senate Bill 1241, and Senate Bill 1274, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
House stands in recess until 2:45 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 3 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, October 21st, 2024. House Resolution 563, Children and Youth, House Bill 2637, Commerce, House Bill 2638, House Bill 2639, both to Education, House Resolution 564 to State Government, House Bill 2635, and House Bill 2636, both to Transportation.
The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 116, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2203, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2393, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2557, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. House Bill 2594, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2599, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 267, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 566, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1509, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1608, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2132, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2381, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 365, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill? It is agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 550, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 551, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 544, printer's number 3664 on page 10 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing November 11th, 2024 as Veterans Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Dane Watrow.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 202, the nays are 0. Resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 547, printer's number 3687 on page 10 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating October 17th, 2024 as Chuck Tanner Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Lindsay Powell.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1891, printer's number 2377 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes Tourism Improvement Districts and Tourism Improvement District Management Association.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1160, printer's number 1524 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill designates March 29th of each year as Vietnam War Veterans Day in Pennsylvania.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2094, printer's number 2678 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits the Department of Human Services from holding Medicaid recipients' families responsible for medical debt.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bonner offers Amendment A05966. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner. Chair's understanding that the amendment's withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2625, printer's number 3741 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for public transportation trust fund transfers and increases.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20. A06016, A06023. Chair's understanding that the gentleman, Representative Bizzarro, has withdrawn A05969, A05975. Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentleman, Representative Struzzi, offers amendment A06008.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I make a motion to table all remaining amendments to House Bill 2625.
The gentleman, Representative Miller from Allegheny County, has made a motion that all remaining amendments be tabled. On that question, members are reminded the motion to lay on the table is debatable by the floor leaders, by the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration, and by the sponsors of the amendments. On the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, respectfully, I urge members to oppose yet another tabling and silencing of all these representatives' amendments. Transportation is, in fact, a very important issue, and I would simply say that regardless of where we're at on the individual issues, we have a right to be heard, and this motion will simply silence them. I oppose.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana on the motion to table all remaining amendments. Representative Struzzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge a no vote on tabling these amendments. Clearly, the amendment that I have is very important to transit funding, particularly in the rural areas. We traveled around the state as part of the Transportation Committee, doing hearings on this issue and transportation infrastructure in general. Clearly, transit funding is very important, but not just to Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, but to all our rural transportation entities. The amendment that I have would allow a formula to be used to allocate those funds to the rural transit entities. So I think that this amendment and all the other amendments are very much important to this bill. We're talking $280 million of taxpayer money for transit. This discussion needs to be heard here on the House floor, and these amendments should not be tabled. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon on the question to lay the motion, to lay the amendments on the table.
Speaker, what we have, the underlying bill is a vitally important bill as we look at overall funding of our mass transit systems and our vast transportation system throughout this Commonwealth. And generally, appropriations like this that are taking dollars out of the general fund for other purposes impact a broad range of topics. Is why I feel that the amendments that I have filed.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Point of order.
The gentleman is in order and may state his point of order.
Yep. Madam Speaker, the gentleman is not on the motion to table. He's rather on the substance of the underlying issue. So I would ask that he be reminded to stay only on the motion to table.
The gentleman's point of order is well taken. The gentleman speaking is reminded this is a motion to table. This is not the opportunity to debate the substance or lack thereof of the underlying amendments. The gentleman may proceed and is admonished.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We shouldn't table these amendments because of the importance of the conversation and the consideration of the amendments. We shouldn't table the amendments because they quiet the voice of the people that have sent us here. We shouldn't table the amendments because we're looking at allocating a lot of additional dollars to one particular segment of the transportation population. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage us to not table the amendments, to take on this debate, to have a broad-based discussion about how do we properly meet the needs of the residents of this Commonwealth when it comes to mass transit, but also ensuring our roads and bridges that the mass transit systems ride on are safe and adequately funded. And by tabling these amendments, we don't get to have that conversation and that debate on the House floor. That's why the people sent us here. Madam Speaker, I would ask that we vote to not table the amendments. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays are 100. The majority having voted in the affirmative, all remaining amendments are laid on the table. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1319, printer's number 1879, on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the architect's licensure law to establish certification for interior designers.
Will the House agree to the bill? The gentleman, Representative Metzger, offers amendment A05983. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Somerset. Chair's understanding that the amendment is withdrawn. The gentleman also offers A05985. Chair recognizes the gentleman. Chair's understanding the gentleman has withdrawn the amendment. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 116, pointers number 3755 on page 4 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Law to simplify canceling renewable subscriptions.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is a common sense bill. And I'm sure a lot of us have been frustrated with some of these things that we've seen when you're able to click on something to subscribe, but to cancel, you got to jump through hoops. So what this bill basically says is if you're able to subscribe online by one click, it should be exactly the same thing to be able to cancel the bill. It should be in the same type of font, same place, where you could just go on, click to cancel. There's also a federal bill that's similar to this that's moving through under the unfair trade practice. I would ask everyone for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2203, printers number 2902 on page 5 of supplemental calendar A. The House agreed the bill is agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for qualifications for school bus driver endorsement.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Center, Minority Chair for Transportation, Representative Benninghoff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, I'd ask the members to support this bill. We're trying to reduce the redundancy. Currently, those who want to drive a school bus have to pass 2 different hearing tests, one for the driver and then their hearing aid, then has to be tested by an audiologist. It's redundant because if the bus driver can hear taking the test with his hearing aids in, obviously the hearing aids are working. And more specifically for small business, it's very difficult because the hearing aid technology continues to change and they're chronically having to spend more money buying new technology to be doing tests that are unnecessary. I'd ask the members for their vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same information to the Senate, in which their concurrence is requested. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2393, Printers number 3756, on page 4 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for additional requirements for the storage and use of food processing residual waste in farming operations.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Chester, Representative Friel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for my colleagues to support House Bill 2393. This is a bipartisan bill that's been worked on with a variety of stakeholders across our state. And if you're not familiar with the wonderful world of FPRs, or residual food processing waste, it's something that's been coming into Pennsylvania from outside the state for a number of years. And I'll summarize it this way, and I'll quote our Agriculture Secretary, Russell Redding. We have more regulation on manure in Pennsylvania than we do on FPR, and that doesn't seem to be quite right. So I thank everyone who helped on this bill and all the stakeholders, the Ag Department, the DEP, and my colleagues across the aisle, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 188, the nays are 14. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with in which their concurrence is requested. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2557, Printers number 3679, on page 4 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Law to provide for standards relative to negative options subscriptions.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of House Bill 2557, which provides for an update to negative options before the committee we're under consideration for today. I'm sure we've all experienced this situation. You click on an offer or sign up for a trial of an online service. You type in your credit card to use the service once or twice in the free period or to secure your free item. And the minute the trial period expires, you get an email saying your credit card has been charged for the service you meant to but had forgotten to cancel. You are now locked into a contract that will continue to automatically renew. This negative option is costing Pennsylvanians millions as they are charged for services they don't want or need. House Bill 2557 will require companies to automatically opt you out of these contracts unless they communicate they are in. It also clarifies how consumers must be notified prior to an automatic renewal and how a clear, concise display of the offer must be provided along with the steps as to how the consumer can cancel if desired. No longer will consumers need to search for the information buried on a website or try to make sense out of information presented in microscopic fonts. They will be informed that the renewal is about to occur along with a charge to their credit card and provided instructions as to how they can cancel prior to the automatic renewal. It will also prohibit renewals that last more than 1 year. Most importantly, it would prohibit the seller charging a credit card until they've obtained the consumer's consent for the automatic referral. Madam Speaker, the transparency and notification provisions of this legislation will go far toward protecting our consumers from being charged for services they no longer need or use. I thank my colleagues for their consideration of this legislation as we work together to protect the consumers of our Commonwealth and urge a yes vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 153 and the nays are 49. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. The bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2594, printer's number 3758 on page 5 of today's House calendar, Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes a certification requirement for food processing, residual waste haulers, and brokers.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Friel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is simply the companion bill to the FPR bill and is modeled after the current law for manure hauling. And so if you, it's current state law, it just follows that, and that's how this is drafted. So I ask for your support. Again, this is a bipartisan bill that we've worked on in conjunction with the FPR bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Glime.
I commend the maker of the bill. We need a chain of custody of the product. Otherwise, we won't know if E. coli is found in the water or where it came from. This bill provides quality control. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, gentlelady, excuse me, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Schimmel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a big problem in my community as well. This bill helps to resolve the problem. I'd appreciate an affirmative vote from all of my colleagues.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the prime sponsor stand for interrogation?
The gentleman declines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have many questions unanswered on this current proposal, and it seems, looking at who supports and who opposes it, the DEP, Sierra Club support it, but the folks that haul, the haulers in this Commonwealth, represented by the PMTA, Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association, and all those drivers that pick these products up, they don't support it. Because what it does is it's going to require a lot of additional red tape. As a Commonwealth, we're not always the most competitive. We hear the governor all the time said he's tired of losing to freaking Ohio. Well, this is going to put Pennsylvania haulers at a deficit. It's not the Wild West out there. When drivers and carriers go in to pick up freight, they scale in, they scale out. They have a bill of lading. They must have a bill of lading. Everything that's in that vehicle is recorded by the shipper and by the receiver. If a hauler goes onto a site and needs additional training, it is the responsibility of the shipper to provide that training to the driver. If the driver's hauling a hazardous product, and look, we haul some very hazardous products on the hauls now, all over the roads now. You have to have an MSDS sheet. You have to have a bill of lading that specifies exactly what you're hauling. This is just going to add more red tape and burden onto the companies that are operating in this Commonwealth. It's not going to do anything to protect anybody because you already have to know what's going in that truck. Depending on what kind of product you haul, you have to go for a tank wash or a truck wash afterwards. You can't haul this product after you've hauled a different product. That's already recorded by the shipper and the hauler. The dispatches and the folks that handle this freight know all these things. This is just adding a redundant layer of regulation that is not needed. Madam Speaker, if you want to drive more industries to Ohio and New Jersey, vote for this proposal. It is not needed. It's already being done. These shippers and haulers are responsible. And if they're not, they're going to be cited. You drive down the road, you see DOT checkpoints everywhere. So this bill is being opposed by the people that are operating safely on Pennsylvania highways right now as unneeded red tape that's going to provide additional burdens and drive up the cost of hauling products. Madam Speaker, I would ask for a negative vote on this bill.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 165. The nays are 37. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2599, printer's number 3655 on page 4 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the What is Your Pennsylvania Story Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair for Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the work on this bill with the gentlelady from Cumberland County. Really appreciate the dialogue and getting this to final passage. What is Your Pennsylvania Story seeks to connect people from all 67 counties in anticipation of America's birthday in 2026. Through this legislation, young people will be connected through their culture, their music, their literature, faith, food, and dance. The hope is that by 2026, students across Pennsylvania will be sharing their unique Pennsylvania story. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 192. The nays are 10. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader. Who calls up Senate Bill 267, printer's number 1954 on page 5 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill includes urgent care centers in the list of designated safe havens where parents may surrender a newborn.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the majority chair for Judiciary, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask the members to vote yes on Senate Bill 267. Madam Speaker, the bill adds urgent care centers to the list of designated safe havens, providing additional secure spaces for parents to surrender their newborn children should be a no-brainer. I think we all should want to provide additional protections for children of Pennsylvania, and for that reason, I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1509, printer's number 3742, on page 6 of Supplemental Calendar A, for concurrence in Senate amendments. Question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Napoleon Nelson, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill made it through the Senate on strong bipartisan grounds. The changes that were made were technical fixes to the previously passed Dignity for Incarcerated Women statutes. They needed a Title 61 bill. This was wonderfully the vehicle we would look for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the votes. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 113, the nays are 89. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1608, printer's number 3740, on page 6 of Supplemental Calendar A. Question is for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Representative Cephas, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate amended House Bill 1608 to include language related to prior authorization that is essential for our medical assistance program to remain compliant with federal law. Additionally, they made 2 changes to the Doula Advisory Board. They changed the composition of the board to include a medical doctor, as well as changing language in the mission of the Doula Advisory Board to state that the board will advise on best practices for uniform care. So I would love for this chamber to provide concurrence on this bill because, again, I want to uplift the story of LaShawna Gilmore, who lost her life while giving birth. We were the same age. She was well-educated, physically fit, and economically stable, but still did not survive her pregnancy. And this, unfortunately, is the story of so many lives here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across this country. Just in the most recent maternal mortality review report, we lost 107 people during pregnancy and due to pregnancy complications, knowing that 92% of these deaths were preventable. And one of the things I do appreciate about this chamber, as well as being a bipartisan issue, is that we are working to move towards tackling this issue. And we're also becoming a model across the country with so many of our bills being mirrored on the federal level. So because of that, I want to thank again this chamber. I want to thank our leadership team. I want to thank the members and the leadership of the Pennsylvania Black Maternal Health Caucus. I want to thank our advocates on the ground for shifting the tide on this issue, not just through investments, but also policy, and with moving this bill today with legislation. So again, thank you for your support. Thank you for being intentional about tackling this issue in Pennsylvania and being a model for so many other states. Thank you so much.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Mays.
Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, the Pennsylvania Black Maternal Health Caucus celebrated our first anniversary, which is a major milestone. And how fitting it is that we have arrived together to this point in our legislative process to concur on House Bill 1609, introduced and shepherded 1608, shepherded and diligently by my colleague from Philadelphia County and co-chair of our caucus. House Bill 1608 is the next Pennsylvania omnibus bill to head to the governor's desk. This bill that will provide Medicaid coverage for critical doula services also represents our shared commitment in ending maternal mortality and morbidity in our great Commonwealth for all moms, and especially Black moms who are at least 2 times more likely to die before, during, and after childbirth. As I reflect back on the past year and the many years of advocacy that it took to pass House Bill 1608 and to make the issue of Black maternal mortality real for those who may not know the experience, this vote today is evidence that it is possible to work together in a transformative bipartisan way to pass groundbreaking legislation to stop preventable maternal deaths. Thank you to the maker of the bill, to my caucus co-chairs, and every single person involved in the success of the Pennsylvania Black Maternal Health Caucus this year. Thank you for getting on the bus, the Pennsylvania Momnibus, and I ask my colleagues to vote yes to concur on House Bill 1608. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 1. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2132, printers number 3739, on page 6 of Supplemental Calendar A for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Montgomery County, Representative Daly, for a brief description of Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 2132 was amended in the Senate to include the Entertainment Economic Enhancement Program. This program would simply be moved from the Tax Reform Code into Title 12, Commerce and Trade. I would appreciate a yes vote on concurrence. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and the nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 138, the nays are 64. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are confirmed in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2381, printers number 3615 on page 6 of supplemental calendar A for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleague, House Bill 2381 grants licensing boards that are subject to interstate licensing compacts the authority to promulgate temporary rules for compact implementation. The Senate since amended the bill to clarify that a board may promulgate temporary regulations once per compact, and that temporary rules expire no later than 3 years following their publication. I urge a yes vote from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and the nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 201, the nays are 1. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 1891, House Bill 2094, House Bill 2625, Senate Bill 1160, Senate Bill 1319. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and placed on the active calendar: House Bill 589, House Bill 653, House Bill 2085, House Bill 2565, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 365, Senate Bill 867, Senate Bill 920, Senate Bill 1132, Senate Bill 1133, Senate Bill 1134, Senate Bill 1230, and Senate Bill 1320. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 976, printers number 2157, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for open primaries.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Solomon offers A06002. Will the House agree to the amendment? On the amendment, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentlelady from Lawrence County for her work on this issue. My bill just seeks to narrow the scope of her legislation by ensuring that people who register and check the unenrolled, meaning unaffiliated or none, on the voter registration form can vote in our primaries. In recent primary elections, the ones that just happened in April, about 70% of registered voters did not cast a ballot. That number is staggering. In portions of the Commonwealth, only 10% voted. So why do people choose not to vote? I think there are many reasons. They may be ill. Family situations arise. But for whatever reason it may be, the fact that 70% of folks in Pennsylvania are not voting is a serious problem that this body needs to address. A key barrier is that independents, those unaffiliated voters who pay to prop up the primary system, are completely shut out. 1.3 million registered independent voters in Pennsylvania who pay for our primaries have no voice. In many parts of the state that are dominated by one party, the primary becomes a de facto general election. So what happens is that people elected by a fraction of the population represent everyone. I believe we need to remove this barrier today and allow 1.5 million voters to have a role in our election system. This proposal has broad bipartisan support. No one party has a monopoly on good ideas. And just because people decide to not affiliate with any party does not mean they should be frozen out of our elections. With this vote, we increase voter turnout and we bring new voices into the democratic process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman weighs off. Agreeable. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 112, the nays are 90. The amendment is agreed to. Representative McClinton offers A 06003. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia and the Speaker of the House, Representative McClinton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Early in-person voting, which has been adopted by about 2/3 of states all across our great nation, is supported by a majority of Pennsylvanians. It could help the many voters who prefer to cast their ballot in person, Pennsylvanians with demanding work schedules or different family responsibilities so that they can choose a time that works best for them to vote. Also, of course, it will relieve congestion at some of our busiest polling places. Our seniors, or I call in my district the wisest neighbors, those who have mobility challenges like my own mom, who need more time to accommodate their needs. Early voting would provide them the flexibility and accommodations to get into a polling place and safely and securely vote. Voters shouldn't be forced to choose between all of their competing and conflicting responsibilities in order to participate in the election. Early in-person voting is a method that has worked in so many other states. In an election, every single voice matters, and allowing in-person voting the way so many other states do is a common sense policy for this Commonwealth to get on board with. And just to be clear, this would not take effect until 2027. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster County and the Republican leader, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that this is an important issue. That's why we have actually voted on this issue several times previously. However, I think it would be wise to heed the advice of our current Supreme Court. Let's recognize what the impacts of this particular amendment on this particular bill at this particular time, 15 days before an election, could do. Mr. Speaker, the reality is it won't have a direct impact on the upcoming election because it's too close to the election. In fact, recently in several election cases, that has been argued by parties that it's too close to the election and we should not sow confusion on that issue. I agree that this is a debate that we should have, but it should not be in a format where people could possibly be confused. And I'd simply end with this thought, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact that we need the amendment seems to make it clear that early voting, which is already occurring across the Commonwealth, I've gotten several text messages myself asking me to go to county headquarters and cast my ballot early, is not in fact explicitly authorized in the law. So I appreciate the need for clarification, but I think that is best left for next term and not this close to an election, as our Supreme Court has said. So I will regretfully oppose it at this time, but look forward to future conversations with the good lady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 111, the nays are 91. The amendment is agreed to. The bill will be over temporarily. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentlelady, Representative McNeil, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, October 22nd, 2020.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Harris, rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to correct the record.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Madam Speaker, on House Bill 976, I was voted saying negative on the vote. I wish to correct the record and vote yes.
The information will be spread across the record. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement. Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately upon recess in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. The gentlelady is in receipt of some good information. The gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Borowski, today is her birthday, along with the gentlelady from York, Representative Hill Evans. Today is also her birthday. Chair wishes both a happy birthday. Chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentlelady, Representative McNeil, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, October 22nd at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The questions on the motion, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.